Yes. Mr. Baloy.
As the court pleases, my lord, Advocate Sibanda and myself appear for the state.
If it pleases the court, my lord, Ramosepeli, initial S, on behalf of accused 1 and 2, as the court pleases, my lord.
As it is the court, my lord, I'm Mr. Mnisi, and I'm here on behalf of accused number 3, Mr. Ube. Thank you, my lord.
May it please the court, my lord, for the record, I'm Advocate Zetulene Ngumalo from Pietermaritzburg. I'm instructed by SN Ngumalo, attorneys in Pietermaritzburg. I think, my lord, this issue was clarified before you when you appeared before you on the 26th of April 2023, and the accused, that is accused number 3, Mr. Mapisa, sorry, accused number 4, I'm sorry, my lord, did confirm my presence before you on that day, that is the 26th of April 2023. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord, Mshaloro initial Z, representing accused number 5.
Thank you. Mr. Sibia and Mr. Ntanzi. Just because we have had a break in this matter since the last postponement, and quite a number of issues came up as the matter evolved. You had Mr. Ramosepeli informing court that, or placing his name on the record, stating that he represents you. All I need is for you to confirm that.
So confirmed, my lord, by both.
Mr. Ngube, do you confirm that Advocate Mnisi is, you gave your mandate to Advocate Mnisi to represent you in this trial?
That's correct, my lord.
Advocate Ngumalo placed his name on the record indicating that he represents accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa. Mr. Mapisa, do you confirm that you gave your mandate to Advocate Ngumalo?
Ingaba unake mnumzane Mapisa uyavuma ukuthi u-advocate uNxumalo umele wena. So confirmed, my lord.
And accused number 5,
Ngasukuma baba.
you have always been represented by Advocate Mshololo. Do you stand by that position?
Ngaso sonke isikhathi ke sibela saqala ke umele uyena u-advocate uMshololo usenjalo namanje ngithi. Indeed so, my lord.
Thank you. Mr. Advocate Baloyi, we may proceed.
As the court pleases, my lord, just before we call the next witness, there's just one preliminary issue, my lord. The state will request for a minor amendment to the indictment regarding the age of the deceased. There was an error in the indictment. I'll ask that the indictment be shown on the screen.
Mr. Do you have a copy of the amended one?
It will be shown here on the, I'll just provide
Will
it's a minor amendment. my
Yeah.
lord.
Be that as it may, will you provide us with an amended copy?
As the court
If you could
pleases.
do it today, if there is no problem.
As the court pleases, my lord. The age of the deceased is given as 30 years on the indictment, should read 27. I've discussed the amendments with my colleagues. They don't have any objection to them, my lord.
Kuhloneke ngalolu daba nabameli benu abanankinga ukuthi kwenziwe iphutha la kwathiwa umufi wayeneminyaka ewu-30 ngalesi sikhathi kufanele ashintshwe-ke loya 30 kube u-27.
You say it's accused number?
The deceased, my lord.
Oh, sorry. Yes. The Mr. Ramsipidi, Advocate Misi Ngumalo, Advocate Mshololo, do you have any objection to the amendment?
No objection, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. There is no objection to the amendment. Thank you.
No objection, my lord.
And the second minor amendment.
Before that, the application for an amendment is granted.
As the court pleases. The second minor amendment is on paragraph 1 of the summary of substantial facts. The summary is not really binding on the state, but we just want to bring it in line with the correct age of the deceased. Paragraph 1 reads as follows, and I think it's also, so that apparently it hasn't been shown on the screen. The deceased Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa was born on 24 January 1984. It should read 24 September 1987.
I know with all the good intentions you placed that on that screen. For me to see that, I have to walk nearer it. So you'll supply me with the details. You say the amendment is with regard to
Paragraph 1 of the summary, it should read, the deceased Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa was born on 24 September 1987.
what date? What date?
24 September 1987.
Okunye-ke acela ukuthi kulungiswe umshushisi ilanga lokuzalwa kwakhe-ke kufanele ukuthi lifundeke ngokuthi yi-24 zikaSeptember 1987 yena-ke umufi.
Yes.
Very so, my lord. I've also discussed that with my colleagues. They don't have any objection to
No, no, wait. You say it says he was born on the 24th of September 1987. And what was the wrong part of it?
The wrong part was 24 January 1984.
Yes. Any objection to that?
No objection. None, my lord.
By agreement, the amendment is granted. The application for amendment is granted.
As the court pleases, my lord, before we call the next witness, the state would like to apologize, and that goes for my colleagues as well, for the late start that was due to the issues that had to be addressed with the court in chambers.
Yes.
As it please the court, my lord, my apologies for the slight inconvenience. However, there are certain issues that I would like to place in perspective in respect of this case, in respect of accused number 3. They will, however, not affect what should be the business of the day today.
Okay. Yes.
Number 1, my lord, it will be recalled that Mr. Musia has already testified and preferred a testimony. However, in the course of the disclosure that I got from the state, I went through them, and having consulted with accused number 3, we are of the view that we should request that Mr. Musia should be recalled to come and clarify certain issues, madam. This. Thank you.
Uthi khona-ke afisa ukuthi akudlulise enkantolo, kodwa-ke lokho angeke kuphazamisane nalokho kuzokwenzeka namuhla. Okokuqala-ke, nanjengoba sazi-ke ukuthi-ke ufike ngathi uSergeant Msiya esenikezile ngobufakazi, uthe uma ngabe senihlezi phansi-ke wena naye nathola-ke ukuthi zikhona-ke izinto enifisayo ukuthi angaphinde azoyiphendula yena-ke uSergeant Msiya. Ngakho-ke ngokuvumelana kwakho uma ngabe losithathu kanye naye-ke ummeli nifisa ukuthi uSergeant Msiya aphinde abizwe futhi.
Thank you, my lord. That will go to Mr. Mtetwa. I think it's Sergeant Mtetwa. who also has testified. We would also request that he be recalled to clarify with him certain issues that he raised in his evidence.
Kanye naye-ke uSergeant uMthethwa naye-ke ngiyafisa ukuthi kube nezinto-ke azoyiphendula-ke nokuthi naye ngiyafisa ukuthi aphinde abuyele enkantolo.
I've discussed this position with the state, my lord. The state does not seem to have an objection, but further on, it will be recalled, my lord, that I think that was at the conclusion of the evidence of Mr. Mthethwa, where in the state actually wanted to indicate that they would also love to call Ms. Mhlahlo to come testify in respect of her photo album. This Ms. Mhlahlo, I think she's one of the officers who attended the scene with Mr. Musia. But on account of the fact that her photo album has already been admitted as part of evidence and it was before court, then there was a concession that was made between the state and the then defense on behalf of accused number 3 that Ms. Mhlahlo should be excused from coming to testify. Having consulted, read the information, the disclosure from the state, and having consulted with accused number 3, my lord, we are of the view that it will still be imperative for Mr. Mhlahlo to come testify. In essence, that concession is withdrawn, my lord.
Okunye futhi-ke kuzokhunjulwa-ke ukuthi ummeli uthi ucabanga ukuthi kusegcineni-ke kobufakazi bakhe uSergeant uMthethwa umbuso wawushilo-ke ukuthi uzobiza umhlahlo elinye lamaphoyisa elalinaye umsiya elayitholile iy'thombe ngalelo langa. Kwase kwathi-ke kwabakho isivumelwano phakathi kommeli wakho owayekumele ngalesiya sikhathi kanye nombuso ukuthi akangabisabizwa-ke umhlahlo. Kodwa ummeli wakho-ke manje uthi cha, lokho okwakuvunyelwene ngakho ngaleso sikhathi kuyahlehliswa-ke isifiso senu nobabili-ke emuva kokuthi nithe nakhulumisana ukuthi umhlahlo abizwe njengofakazi.
And finally, my lord,
Before that,
as it please the court, my lord.
what is the position of the state around that?
As the court pleases, my lord, regarding the first issue of recording of the witnesses, there's no problem with that. We'll do that as we progress through the trial. There isn't any immediate need to do that, my lord. We will find a suitable date to do that. And as far as Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo is concerned, there's no problem, my lord. We will lead her evidence.
Umbuso-ke uthi ngako konke lokho kuveze ummeli wakho abanankinga bazokwenza bazobonisana bona-ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ukuthi kuzokwenzeka nini kanjani nomhlahlo futhi naye-ke ukuthi akanankinga bangambiza njengofakazi.
Thank you, my lord, and as it pleases the court, I concur with what my colleague has just said. And finally, my lord, it will be recalled that as part of when I think that was Mr. Madlala's, that was after Mr. Madlala had testified in cross-examination, it was suggested to him, or it was put to him, that there's a witness who would be called to come, or there's a witness or witnesses who would be called to come and tell the court on behalf of the defense, and I'm saying this in respect of accused number 3, who will be called as part of the defense to come and tell the court that the deceased was struck by a bullet that came out of a firearm that was in possession of Longwe Twala when there was a tussle for that firearm between Kelly Kumalo and Longwe Twala.
Okunye futhi-ke ummeli akuvezayo ukuthi-ke kwakuveziwe noma kwavezwa-ke ummeli wakho wangaphambilini ukuthi kunofakazi-ke ufakazi ozoza-ke ozofakazela wena-ke mangalolo wesithathu ozosho ukuthi umufi washaywa inhlamvu eyaphuma kwisibhamu esasiphethwe uyena uLongwe Twala kusemuva kokuthi-ke yena-ke uLongwe Twala kanye naye-ke uKelly Khumalo babelwa-ke ngaleso sibhamu leso-ke bephucana ngaso.
My lord, let me apologize in advance in an event that I'm putting things that were not actually said in the course of the trial then or in cross-examination then, but that is how I understood that question or that suggestion to the witness to mean. Now, also having consulted with Mr. Ncube and having gone through the disclosure that we tried to receive from the state, Mr. Ncube has instructed me that that was not part of his instruction to the then defense, such that the suggestion to that witness, what was put to that witness, should then be expunged from the record or should be disregarded and or should be regarded as a pro non scripto.
Ummeli wakho meseqhubeka ke mnumzana Ncube uthi ke uma kuukuthi mhlasimbe ezinye izinto ke akazisho ngendlela ezashiwe ngazo ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ngoba yena ke wayengekho ke uyaxoliseka ke lokho kodwa ke okushiwo uwena kuyena ukuthi ke lokho okwakhulunywa ummeli wakho ukuthi kuzoza loyo ufakazi asho lokhu aqeda ukusho manje cha wena ke uthi akusiyona ke into eyayiphuma kuwena leyo owayitshela ummeli ngamanye amagama ke ucela ke ukuthi lokho njengoba kubhaliwe kukhona lana ke enkantolo kucinywe ke kungabi yiyona ingxenye yobufakazi ophambi kwenkantolo.
As it is the court, my lord, that will be all for now in respect of the request that we would have wanted to bring to the court. Thank you, my lord. And there's really something that the court would want to hear me on respect of the aspect that I've already indicated to court.
Advocate Baloyi.
As it is the court, my lord. Thank you.
As the court please, my lord, what my learned friend has just put in record, my lord, goes to the heart of this matter.
Yes.
I don't think that question that was put to the witness can just simply be disregarded. It is on record. During the evidence of, should we get to that stage of accused number 3, he can then testify about the circumstances under which that submission was made. And he'll have to be cross-examined on that. So, my lord, it is on record. It cannot be regarded as pro non scriptum. An explanation will have to be furnished as to why it was put to the witness.
Ummeli umshushisi ke umangalelo wesithathu uthi kulesi sicelo esenziwe ummeli wakho ke noma ke enisenza nababili ke akwazekile ukuthi nje kuthiwa hayi cha lokho kuzosuswa ke ngasibe iyona ingxenye yobufakazi ngoba yinto manje ekhona ingxenye yobufakazi ebhaliwe uma sekufikelelwa kuleso sigaba ke uzothi wena ke uma sufakaza ke uchaze ke ngalokho noma kuzofanele ke uchaze kabanzi ke noma ubuze umbuzo mayelana nalokho ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani ukuthi ummeli wakho akusho lokho.
Advocate Nisi, when you were addressing, my initial thought was that it's a matter that has been canvassed with all your colleagues. But I understand Advocate Baloyi to be saying that, if I may put it in my own words, that will be tantamount to reconstructing the record in terms of the evidence on record differently from what has already evolved in the case. And he therefore objects, which also leaves me with a question why this matter cannot be left to be dealt with in the course of events as the defense places its position before court.
As it please the court, my lord, I'm well aware of the fact that once a statement has been put to the witness, it becomes very tough for the person who has put that statement to withdraw it. However, I welcome the suggestion from my colleague to the effect that accused himself will have to come and explain to the court the instructions surrounding what I've just mentioned in number 3, which is the issue that seems to be contentious before court, my lord.
You will appreciate that when that happened, accused number 3 was there in the dock.
I'm well aware, my lord. I'm well aware.
Again, also that as we proceeded with the matter, where the particular accused person felt the need, they would raise their hand and request their representatives to approach, and that was subsequently done. I tend to agree with Advocate Baloyi that it almost comes across as reconstructing the record, albeit differently from what evolved in court.
As it is a court, my lord, I indicated at the inception of my address to the court that I'm just trying to put matters in a perspective, my lord. But however, when that opportunity comes, we'll definitely deal with this aspect.
Okay.
It shouldn't really derail what should be happening in the meantime. Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Please, my lord, I can also just mention, ex abundante cautela, that the same submission was also made, the same question was put to Sergeant Musia by the previous legal representative. Are we going to take the short adjournment, or are we proceeding?
Save that I have to establish regarding that point. Advocate Msipili, Mr. Numalo, Advocate Mshololo, it may not be directly pointing to the clients you represent. Do you have any input regarding what was?
Indeed so, my lord. My lord, I had also consulted on that point of invoking the provisions of Section 167 of the Criminal Procedure Act. However, my lord, I thought prudent that we should rather wait towards the end of the state's case, because that will be still the state's case, then make an application. But my application is in respect only of 2 witnesses, my lord. Okay. I concur with my learned colleague, Mr. Musia should come and clarify certain aspects. And further, my lord, in respect of accused number 2, Meyiwa Murder made a dog identification of accused number 2 as one of the persons that were in the house on that fateful night. So my request as well is that in terms of Section 167, we are going to request that he also be recalled, my lord.
Ummeli wenyuke
As the court blesses.
mangalo uthi ngokumayela noMsiya ke naye ke kuyisicelo sakhe emele nina nobabili ke ukuthi uSergeant Msiya abuyele ke enkantolo nanjengoba ebeseqedile ukufakaza, futhi nokuthi uTumelo Madlala wathi inkathi elana ke enikeza ngobufakazi wasekhomba wena ke mangalo wesibili ukuthi omunye wabantu ababekhona ngaleli yalanga kuleyo yamuzi uyacela ke nalapho ukuthi ke naye uTumelo Madlala aphinde abuyele ke enkantolo.
Mr. Advocate Numalo.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, some of the issues were raised whilst we were in court. I did not get the opportunity to canvass the issues from the accused. That is accused number 3. If I may be allowed, my lord, to approach him during the tea break, obviously. Thank you.
Awakha kumele ukuthi ezinye izinto ke mfethu zikhulunywe enkathi ela enkantolo akasitholanga isikhathi sokuthi akhulumisane nawe, so uyayicela ke enkantolo ukuthi imuphi isikhathi ukuthi ke akhulumisane nawe ngalezi zinto ezivele manje.
Okay, I think that will happen in due course. You will approach Advocate Mshololo.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord, we have no application for recalling any witnesses.
Okay.
Awakha kumele mfethu ukuthi asikho isicelo azosifaka enkantolo ukuthi kube nofakazi ke ozophinde abizwe.
we'll adjourn for tea. I want to think that by 25 minutes to 12, can we be back here in court?
the list of those issues. We'll then make the necessary arrangements for the recalling of those witnesses.
So that it has been agreed that the line of cross-examination that may happen when the recalling will have happened shall be in line with what has been agreed upon
Yes,
in
it will
terms
be
of scope.
confined to those specific issues.
Is that confirmed?
As it pleases the court, my lord, partly, because with respect to Tumelo Madala, my issue will be dog identification only. But the crime scene expert touched on so many aspects pertaining to what.
Mr. Msipidi,
Yes.
are you not ahead of what we are talking about?
Yes.
The question is as to whether it is agreed that the line of questioning
Yes.
will be in tandem
Yes.
with the issues that will have been mentioned in the letter that he requests for you to write.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Indeed
that-
so.
that is the only
Indeed
issue.
so. Indeed so. I was way ahead of myself. Indeed so, my lord.
As it is the court, my lord. I'm not aware, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm not aware of any concession made between myself and the state on behalf of accused number 3 that we should write down all the issues that we would want to raise with the witnesses that are supposed to be called. What I understand, my lord, is that once witnesses get into the box, we cannot confine ourselves, or the defense will not have to confine itself to certain or to the aspect or to few aspects. Because from where I'm standing, to a greater extent, that will constitute a mistrial in the instance of the accused. Whatever question that comes that we feel should be raised up with that particular witness, we definitely need to do that. I'm avoiding a situation where, when that eventuality happens, then the state stands up and say, but this is not what you said in your so-called written document. So we cannot limit ourselves, my lord, in other ways.
Are you saying, okay, I hear, what I hear loud and clear is that, you will not confine, you are not inclined to confining yourself to what will have been written
as
in
it
the
is
letter.
as it is a court, my lord. But for starters, there's no agreement. There's been no agreement with regard to the fact that issues that needs to be conversed with the witnesses that are going to be called should be written down. My colleague actually suggested that we should bring to him issues. He actually said, what are the issues that you would want to raise with those witnesses? So that is where we actually stopped this whole conversation, because from where I'm standing, I don't want to limit accused number 3's defense unnecessarily, because at certain quarters of this trial or at other levels, that will constitute an unfair trial or a mistrial in this instance, my lords. We cannot fetter his discretion or his wish to cross-examine whatever witness that will be recalled on whatever aspect that he deems fit, as it is the court, my lords.
Advocate Baloy, I'm not inviting a full-blown argument about it. I think it's still a bridge, in a sense, part of the bridge is still ahead.
Yes. My lord, I don't know if there was a misunderstanding, but once a witness has testified, he's entitled to assume that he has finished testifying. And it is untenable for a witness to testify, take for instance, Sergeant Musia, who spent weeks and weeks in the witness box, only to hear that, he must now come and testify again. That's not how a trial is run. A witness testifies, is cross-examined, all of the accused were legally represented. There was extensive cross-examination, and if there's a need for that witness to come back, then the defense must explain, firstly, what are the issues that need to be canvassed with the witness. They can perhaps just set out the topics, to say, look, this is the topic that we're going to cross-examine on, and these are the aspects. But we cannot have a witness spending weeks and weeks in cross-examination, and when there's a new legal representative, that witness must come again without even the scope of the intended further cross-examination being delineated. I think that will be unfair, my lord.
Yeah, the reason why I feel we should not embark onto a full-blown tussle around this matter is that I know that whenever the questions will be raised or put to the witnesses, the state shall be there to determine whether it wishes to object, and that will happen with reasons. So my sense is that we shouldn't devote too much time on this aspect. All we know is that there is no total agreement. It's a contested terrain that we are contemplating, and how it will play out will be in line with whatever rules we are accustomed to in terms of criminal procedure, be it cross-examination and the leading of evidence. So my sense is that we shouldn't allow ourselves to be hindered from progressing. As at now, we have identified an area of contestation. I think both of you will go to your respective arsenals and correctly arm yourself.
As a good please, my lord.
In court's indulgence, during the tea break, I did consult with accused number 4. We'll be not making an application for the recording of the witnesses. Thank you.
Sineke njengoba ummeli wakho ubecele isikhathi-ke ukuthi akhulumisane nawe, ukuthi emuva-ke kokukhulumisana nawe asikho isicelo nizosenza sokuthi kube khona-ke ufakazi ozobizwa kulaba bebese beqedile ukunikeza ngobufakazi babo.
Advocate Nchololo, you have already indicated that you have no intention to apply for the recalling of any witness.
As the court pleases, my lord, will just enjoy the cross-examination when they are here, as the court pleases.
Okay. Advocate Baloyi.
As the court please, my lord, the state calls the next witness. It's Mr. Mtokozizi Twala. He's witness number 20 on the list. My lord, perhaps whilst we're still waiting for the witness, I can just indicate that the witness is going to testify about certain communications with the deceased and Ms. Kelly Kumalo, which perhaps amount to hearsay evidence. The state will then request that in terms of the Hearsay Act 3 of 45 of 88, that such communications be allowed, only for a limited purpose, my lord, just to facilitate the presentation of the evidence. They don't really go to the probative value of the issues that are in dispute, my lord, just to facilitate the presentation of the evidence. And furthermore, the state will request that the face of the witness not be shown, just as with the previous witness, and that there should just be a sound recording.
Any objections against this time vote? You swear that the evidence and activities are according to the truth, nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and say so help you God.
May I intone that whoever is here with any gadget observes the direction given by the prosecution regarding the face of the witness. Mr. Twala, you welcome for this court. It is up to you whether you want to testify standing or seated, or both, as long as that happens in a manner that doesn't distract. And if you get to feel exhausted at any point, you are free to indicate.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Baloy?
Yes. Please, Mr. Twala, where do you come from originally?
Okay, let's sort it out. You want to speak English or isiZulu?
I'll speak in Zulu.
Then you stick to isiZulu, don't mix it for record purposes.
All right.
Okay, where are you coming from?
Umlazi.
I am from Umlazi.
Mr. Twala, I know it's difficult. These days we mix languages, but because there's an issue of a record being constructed, try your best level, to the best level of your ability to stick to one language, speak in Zulu. If you happen not to have a word, you will indicate, I don't have a word for this, but this is it in English.
Okay.
Understood, madam.
The deceased in this matter, Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa, is he known to you?
Umufi kuleli cala umnumzana uSenzo Robert Meyiwa umuntu omaziyo noma owumaziyo.
Umuntu engimaziyo ngimazi phela wasekho.
Is known to me or I knew him because he is no more. Uzama ukukhulumela phezulu ne.
All right.
Yes. Did you know him?
Wawumazi ngithi.
Yebo ngimazi.
Yes, I knew him.
Can we just briefly explain to the court how you knew the deceased?
Kafushane nje uchazele inkantolo ukuthi wawumazi kanjani.
Usenzo sasidlala naye ibhola kudala growing up. Wayidlalela London Cosmos.
While growing up, we played soccer together with Senzo. He was playing for London Cosmos.
And I was and mina bengidlalela Brazil.
And I was playing
Brazil FC.
I was playing for Brazil FC.
Yes.
Sasingajwayelene kakhulu but kwakumuntu engangimbona mhlawumbe egrounding ngaleso sikhathi kudala.
We were not acquaintances, but he's someone that I used to see on the ground at the time.
Ubaba
Okay, asilinde bayabhala ne so asikhapha isikhathi singajahi.
ubaba wami professional player edlala ibhola. So abadlali abaningi abancane babesaba befisa ukufika emathimini amakhulu babe nokuza kuba kwami for advice.
Okay. My father used to be a professional football player, and young aspiring players who had the wish to go and play for professional teams used to approach my father for advice.
And what is your father's name?
Ubani igama likababa wakho?
Themba Robert Tiza Twala.
Themba Robert Tiza Twala. Tiza, ne? Tiza, ne?
Tiza, it's not an ayikho ID kodwa igama ayidume ngalo.
It's not, it's Tiza. It's not a name that's on his ID, but it's a name that he was known by. Tiza. I'll spell it.
Tizzah.
Tizzah.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ukuzwana kwami kodwa naye kakhulu uqale mase ngokuthi eshela uMandisa wayumnganami ngisho kanjalo.
Now the relationship between myself and him, I would say now started when he proposed to Mandisa. Mandisa is my friend.
And what is Mandisa's surname?
Mkhize.
Mkhize.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, sasivakashelana ke. Mina ngayeka ukudlala ibhola yena baqhubeka I think kabo 2003.
Okay. We used to visit each other. I stopped playing soccer and he continued. And I think it was around 2003.
Just for record purposes, try to refer to, when you say he, just try to refer to the deceased.
Zama ke ngithi
For the sake
wena
of the
manje
record.
yena ke uma ukhuluma ngaye ithi umufi. Okay?
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka ke.
Yeah.
Did you just a conscious decision, or did something cause you to stop playing?
Kwakuyisinqumo nje owasithatha noma ke kukhona okwakubangela ukuthi uyeke noma ungabusaqhubeka nokudlala ibhola.
Isinqumo engangisithathile mina because from ngangisengidansa kakhulu, so
Okay.
ngisengihamba ngidansela abaculi, so ngangisengisuswe.
It was a conscious decision, my lord, because at that time I was more into dancing. I was dancing for singers.
Okay.
And just before you proceed, you mentioned that aspiring players would approach your father for advice. Do you know if the deceased approached your father for advice?
Kushilo ke ukuthi abadlali abancane noma babe nezifiso zokuthi bayodlala amaqembu amakhulu ke babeya kubaba wakho. Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi umufi naye ke waya kubaba wakho?
Yebo kwaye.
Yes, he did.
Yes, you may proceed.
Angijwayele ukuthi sivakashelane ke naye. Wayesehlala eMayfair kwi-development ke-Pirates.
We used to visit each other. It was now, or at the time he was staying in Mayfair at Pirates Development.
Just a minute. And Mayfair, where is it? Is in
It's here in Gauteng, in Johannesburg.
Do you know when the deceased moved over to Gauteng?
Uyazi ukuthi weza nini umufi la eGoli?
not sure of the year, but it was early 2000. ngisho kanjalo.
Early 2000, I can say so.
Yes, you may proceed.
Mina ngangiseThekwini ngangifunda, ngathi ngifunda umatric lapho.
I was in Durban on KwaZulu Natal. At the time, I think I was still at school. I think I was doing matric.
Yeah, ngifunda umatric 2006.
2006, I was
Yeah.
doing matric.
2006. So i-friendship yethu ukuzwana kwami naye kagcine sekungathi nje sobhuti like ngoba sasikhuluma into eziningi sasakhana nangu-matric wami nje wangisaphothile kakhulu.
Our friendship then, we were like brothers because we spoke about quite a lot of things. We were building each other. Even during my matric, he was advising me.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, njengokuthi uthini sasihlala kwakuba mnandi besihleli.
We used to have fun when we were together.
Yeah, but kakungagcini ngalokho njengoba ngisho ukuthi sasakhana emotionally nakuyena nje bayidlala ibhola ngoba wayesedlala i-professional first team ngo-2006. Yeah.
Okay. It didn't just end there. As I said, that we encouraged each other, and at the time he was now playing for the first team.
For which team?
EP team,
Orlando Pirates.
Orlando Pirates.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngangiya kumbuka mayidlala kakhulu, ngangiya kakhulu nje kumbuka mayidlala.
I used to go and watch him a lot when he was playing.
Naye wayengivakashela mhlawumbe uma ukuthi khona la kusuke sisebenza khona mhlawumbe ngiyoperforma noma ngingala wayefika.
He also used to go and watch me if it was so there was a place where I'm working or I'm performing, or even if I was this side, he would go and watch me.
Yes.
From there, I think we didn't azange sibheke emuva. Saqhubeka nisazwana up until ilanga ke ahamba ngalo.
From there, we never looked back. We were just carried on up until his last day.
Was there an incident involving the deceased cell phone?
Ingabe sasikhona yini isigameko esihlanganisa i-cellphone yakhe umufi?
I think mhlawumbe lapho urefera ku-2014 before ngo-September, ngo-September babedlala ne-Kaizer Chiefs.
Okay, Bambe lapho ke. I think you are referring to an incident in September 2014. They were playing against Kaizer Chiefs.
Moses Mabhida Stadium.
At Moses Mabhida Stadium.
After a game, sahamba naye saya the team after party ngisho kanjalo.
After the game, we went to, I'll say that to an after party. We attended an after party.
Yabadlali and sesibuya back to a hotel la belele khona emhlanga.
Okay. It was an after party for the players, and on our way back to the hotel where they were in Mhlanga,
Sa realize ukuthi phone yakhe asibona sithole.
we realized that we couldn't see his phone and we couldn't find his phone.
Just a minute. Yes.
Sasitshelthi lahlekile nganti ayilahlekanga.
We told ourselves that the phone was lost, but that wasn't the case.
Yes.
ngakusasa shoot on the Sunday ekuseni osenze baba kwi call time yabo ukuthi babuyele airport.
The Sunday morning, they were now referring to the deceased on their call time to go back to the airport.
Ngase mina ngathola message from baba kaSenzo
I then received a message from Senzo's father
ukuthi
Yes.
ukuthi ifone ayilahlekile ikumfana lo sasihamba ngaye ngecab
That-
shuthi yawa emotweni.
that the phone wasn't lost, that it was with the guy that was driving the cab. In other words, that the phone fell in the car.
Yes. What happened to that cell phone eventually?
Kwasekuthini ke ekugcineni ngaleyo cell phone leyo?
Bangicela kuba ukuthi ngiyoyilanda kuyena lo mfana lo wecab, so ngahamba ngaya banginikeza inamba yakhe ngafonelana naye sahlangana eThekwini workshop.
I was requested to go and fetch the cell phone from the guy driving the cab. I was provided with his numbers. We called each other, and then at the workshop in Durban, I went to the workshop. We met at the workshop in Durban.
Yes.
Nahlangana khona.
Yes.
Wanginikeza ke ifone and then ngambonga ngendlela engibonga ngayo. Ifone wanginikeza kumhla ka 22 September.
He gave me the phone, and then I thanked him in the manner in which I did, or I thanked him. It was 22, not 24.
22.
It was on the 22nd of September when he gave me the phone.
Which year?
Nyaga,
2014.
2014.
Yes. What happened further?
And then uSenzo wayezalwa ngomhla ka 24 September.
And then on the 24th of September, it was Senzo's birthday.
Yes. Yes. Do you know in which year he was born?
Uyawazi unyaka azalwa ngawo?
1987.
1987.
Yes. You may proceed.
And then ngamtshela ukuthi ifone yakhe sengitholile. Ngakho ngikhuluma noGabuza ngikhumbula kahle.
I then
ifone kumina.
Oh, sorry. I then informed him that I found the phone. If my memory serves me well, I think I was speaking to Gabuza.
And who's Gabuza?
Ubani Gabuza?
Umdlali Pirates. Wayedlala Pirates.
He used to play for Orlando Pirates as well.
Yes. What happened to that phone eventually?
Ekugcineni kwase kwenzekani ke ngaleyo phone?
Ngase ngamtshela ukuthi ngizonyuka nayo because ngavele ngangisasenzela umkhulu wami unveiling ngoNovember, so ngamtshela ukuthi ngizonyuka nayo but ngizosheshe nginyuke ukuze ngomhla 24 uma kwibirthday yakhe ifoni yakhe bekuyena, so nganyuka mina ngomhla ka 23.
I told him that I will come with the phone because in November we were going to perform or to do my grandfather's unveiling. So I told him that I would come earlier before the birthday. In other words, that on his birthday he should have his cell phone with him. So I came up on the 23rd of September.
Because you are close to the story, you are leaving out some details that may put us into perspective. When the phone got lost, it was in KZN.
Yes.
And when it was recovered in KZN.
Yes.
And when it was recovered, was Senzo still in KZN?
No.
Okay. So was it recovered after he had left KZN?
Yes.
Okay. And the unveiling you're talking about, in which province was it to be?
Ibizoyenzeka eGoli.
It was going to happen in Johannesburg.
In Katlehong.
Katlehong at home.
And whilst on this topic, can you just explain to the court what is your connection with Katlehong?
Okay, Katlehong is ekhaya kababa.
It's my father's home.
Yes, you testify that on the 23rd of September 2014, you came up to Johannesburg from KwaZulu-Natal.
From KwaZulu-Natal, yes.
Yes.
And then mangifika ngomhla 23 ngahlangana nabo nosenzo egroundini laba bejimela khona.
On my arrival, I then met them with Senzo at the ground where they were having their training session.
On your arrival, when and where?
So I think he mentioned the 23rd, my lord. Sorry, my mistake. He mentioned the 23rd.
Arriving where?
Ufika kuphi?
Ngifika eGoli, then ngayikatleho ngiqala ngashiya impahla zami isikhwama, and then ngase ngagibela to egroundini la bejimela khona, bejimela khona iPirates at that time ngoba ngiyakwazi vele.
On my arrival in Johannesburg, my lord, but I then first went to Katlehong to leave my clothes there, and then I then went to the ground where they are having their training session because I knew the ground.
Yes, we proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Okay, ngafika egroundini ke obviously ngahlala ngabalinda baqeda base sahlangana naye ku-entrance ngoba wayengazi ukuthi sengifikile, then ngahlala nabo ku-entrance bese belawo bese bephuma khona abadlali.
I then waited for him, my lord, waited for them to finish with the training session. We then waited for him at the entrance because he wasn't aware that I had arrived. So I waited for him at the entrance where the players exit.
Yes.
Waphuma bayihamba no Thamsanqa, Kabuza no Roy Mahamud, because Roy ngambona kuqala ngakhuluma naye kuqala.
He came out because he was in the company of Thamsanqa Kabuza as well as Roy Mahamudza, because Roy Mahamudza was the first person that I saw and spoke to.
Yeah.
Yes, what happened to the phone?
Well, ngamnikeza ifoni yakhe.
I gave him his phone.
Yes.
And then from lapho sahamba saya eBak.
From there, we proceeded to Baklu.
Baklu ila usenza ehlala khona. Joshua njalo ehlala khona.
That's where he used to stay, I would say so.
Ngihlala namanye abadlali futhi bebhola. Pirates to be specific.
Together with other Pirate players, let me be specific, where other Orlando Pirates players also used to stay.
Yes. Right. Now, after handing this phone to the deceased, what happened further?
Kwasekuthini-ke emuva kokuthi umnikeziwe-ke ifoni yakhe?
Did you go back to KwaZulu-Natal, or what was the position?
Cha ngahlala eGoli.
No, I stayed in Johannesburg.
Ngahlala and then salungiselela i-unveiling ekhaya ngomhla ka 1 October. Yeah.
I stayed in Johannesburg. We're preparing at home, preparing for the unveiling, which was on the 1st of October.
Yeah, it was in October. Just to clarify that. Not November, October.
Let me just clarify what I said earlier on. When I said November, it was not November, but October.
Yes.
And then sasingabonana
Before that, Mr. Twala, the day on which you gave him his cell phone, what you said, was it on the 23rd? You said the 23rd?
I gave him a day before his birthday, which is on the 23rd of September
2014.
2014, yeah.
Ngamnikeza-ke ngelanga ngaphambi kokuzalwa, ilanga lokuzalwa kwakhe kwakungeyi-23 September.
And then you are saying you stayed in Johannesburg all the time until November when the unveiling took place?
The unveiling took place in October.
Oh, October. Okay. Okay.
Yes, you may proceed.
sasikhuluma efonini most of the isikhathi esiningi ngoba wayebhizi naye ngoba wayedlala i-CAF yakhumbula ukuthi wayedlala i-CAF.
We used to speak over the phone because he was busy. If I remember correctly, he was busy playing CAF games.
Yeah.
Yes, may proceed.
Up until I think mhlaka 24 October. La sikhuluma khona 24 October la sakhuluma khona wangibuza ukuthi ngisasegolini ngamtshela ukuthi
Up until the 24th of October, where he asked me if I was still in Johannesburg, I then said yes.
Just for the sake of completeness, just mention the year as well.
24 October 2014.
2014. 24 October 2014.
Yes, you may proceed.
I don't want to be lost in the mist. As I follow this witness testimonies to the effect that on the 23rd of October 2014, I arrived at Catherine, placed his clothes in his father's place. Then he proceeded to West Central and received with training.
Yes.
And they ended up at Backblue. That's now the 24th.
Yeah.
So I'm getting lost where he says they continue to talk over the phone and ask her whether he's still in Joburg or what. So I'm not so sure whether this witness at some stage went back home, she wasn't done, he was just around in Joburg. But
I heard him to say from there he became engrossed in issues of preparation for the unveiling in Johannesburg in Katlehong.
yes.
While Senzo got involved in preparations for CAF-related games in the club. And I understood him to be saying that kept them busy on their respective sides, and they kept in contact through the phone.
Now what I want to be clear is that this witness at that point, he was still in Gauteng. Or he gone back
You
home.
remember that I asked him earlier. He said it happened in September, but he stayed in Johannesburg up until October and beyond. October when the unveiling was. But if I'm wrong, you can set the record straight.
Indeed, my lord, if I can just come to the rescue of my learned friend, it's evidence that on the 23rd of September, not of October, 23rd September, he came up to Johannesburg, and he stayed in Johannesburg for a month up until the 24th of October. I hope that clarifies the situation. Thank you.
Yes?
Yeah, you testify that on the 24th of October, he asked you if you're still in Johannesburg, and you said yes. What happened further?
And then wangi invite ukuthi ngizombuka. Ngizombuka edlala ibhola or edlala ibhola again.
Struggling to hear the witness.
Yeah.
Okay, he was just
Mr.
finishing. Can you just? Okay.
Mr. Chala, you are speaking so as to be heard by everyone in the courtroom. Also, that gadget before you.
Sunday,
No, it's not a loudspeaker. It's there for recording what you are saying. So don't rely on it for volume. Please raise your volume so that you can be audible.
Okay.
Phansi-ke le nto ubuyisho manje. Uphendule next khuluma le nto ubuyisho wena. But ukhulumele phezulu nje.
Ngiyakhulumela phezulu phela kodwa kunesikhathi la ngithi manje kulento emotional kunesikhathi la ivoice yami izokwehla. So nami ngicela nikwazi lokho nikulalela.
Okay, I would like
lula nami singikhuluma ngomuntu kunezinto ezizotrigger ukuthi ivoice yami kuye yehla.
I would like to make this known to the court, my lord, that yes, I am raising my voice, but there are times, because this is emotional, it's not easy. There are things that are being triggered because when I speak of the person.
Yeah, Mr. Twala, nobody will fault you for being emotional. You're talking about matters close to your heart, all we do is request you to try and raise your voice so that you be audible. Let me say this to you, Mr. Twala. What you are saying does not end here. It is evidence that is being gathered. If it is not gathered, then it is as good as you not having testified. That is why you must try your level best to raise your voice. We know emotions will also crop into their way from time to time.
Yes, all right. Understood.
Yes. We stop where you testify that the deceased invited you to come watch him play. What happened further?
Okay, wangitshela ukuthi angize ngike ngazi ukuthi senza kanjani. Ngiyaya kuyena ngithatha amathikithi ngiye egroundini or amathikithi washiya e-reception. So ngaya ke ngomhla ka-25 came out there ngomhla ka-25.
Okay, sibambe lapho. The deceased invited me, my lord, to come and watch him. He was playing. We usually have a way of doing it. It's either I would go to him, that is now the deceased, go and get the tickets, or he will leave the tickets at the reception area. And indeed, I went. The game was on the 25th,
25th October 2014.
Of October 2014.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Mangiya babelele Wanderers. Ngafika khona. So angizange ngize ngathatha reception ngoba besakhona vele. Nganikezwe yena. Ngahlala futhi naye nje mhlawumbe roughly an hour.
I went to Wanderers because they had slept at Wanderers, and there was no need for me to go and get the tickets at the reception because they were still there. So I went to him to get the tickets, and for about an hour, I spent about an hour with him.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then from Wanderers, wayengitshenile vele ukuthi ngimlinde egroundini ngingahambi ngibuyele ekhaya or ngingayi ehotela la babebeka khona ngithi not hotel ema-ofisini e-Pirates la bebeka khona imoto zabo.
Okay. And then from Wanderers, my lord, he had instructed me, or he had told me not to leave the ground and go to Pirates offices, or go to the hotel, or go to the Pirates offices where they were living or where they had left their cars.
Can I clarify something with you, Mr. Twala? When we know that when these dynamics around players preparing for games, going to play at stadia, being confined, they used to call it camping in my younger days. I don't know what it's called now. There are issues of security. The movements you are describing, I would not be able to move. If I were to go and want to watch a player, I might not succeed. But you seem to be explaining it as if it was happening spontaneously where you are concerned. Can you fill us in where that is concerned?
Uzwe kahle.
Lost
Okay, mamela lalela ne uma ngabe kuyodlala ne angithi kunezinto la khona ke awukwazi nje ukuthi ungene endaweni noma kula khona kuzovinjwa khona ukuthi qala leli side labadlali leli side le management kodwa kuwena ke ngendlela osho ngayo ingathi nje wakuhambe kalula kuwena kwakungekho lokho ukuthi uvinje ukuthi cha ungene la ingathi kuwena kwakulula nje ukuthi utholane naye ukhulumisane naye.
Yes, hayi sikabulu angasho ukuthi kabulula khona la engangivele ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngize ngifikele khona obviously because angiyena umdlali ePirates, but because abanye nama kit manager nama security vele besengazi, so bekungabi inkinga kakhulu ukuthi manje ngimtshela ukuthi ngicela ungibizele uSenzo or noma azena kumina or ngidlule ngiyohlala naye.
Not that it was easy, my lord, but because now I was known to some of them, the kit managers, some of the security officers, I would then make a request, can you call Senzo for me, or can I go see Senzo? I know that there were certain areas where I couldn't go through.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
So yeah, ngasho kanje ngayibeka kanjalo when it comes to leyo part lo ongibizayo ukuthi it's not like special treatment kodwa ngangikwazi ukuthi ngikwenze.
It's not like to say that there were special treatments, but I was able to do it.
I'm not questioning you. I'm just wanted you to explain, because I know that under normal circumstances
Yeah,
it doesn't happen as easily as you are describing. Okay, let's proceed.
Yes, you may proceed. You mentioned that the deceased asked you to wait for him at the parking area for the players. What
Yeah.
happened further?
Okay, ngangena ngayibuka igame sahlala la kuhlala khona bona kuba ngangihlela I think no Mam Ivan, Mam Cross angisho njalo akumakoti ka Bab Ivan Cross ungasekho. And babedlala ne IX.
I then went into the ground. I sat there with the late Mrs. Koza, Mr. Evan Koza's wife, and they were playing against Ajax.
Yes.
Yes, proceed.
Kwakunetha ke futhi ngaleyo game, so noma yadlala zophela nje kodwa badlala inetha and bawina iPirates. From there ngase ngiya la ekangisikhuluma ukuthi ngizomlinda khona, which is kwi-entrance yama suits ukuphumela iparking lot.
It was raining on that day, although it was a rainy day, but they played the game from start to finish, and Pirates won the game. And thereafter, I went to wait for him at the entrance of the suites. We should talk entrance and suites.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then wafika wayamba no okay nabadlali abanye, and then kwakuhlala labanye abantu asuke belinda abangani babo noma nemindeni yabo. Sahlala mhlawumbe for like 15 minutes ukukhulunywa. From there sasesaya parking lot la imoto yakhe ipake khona.
We then arrived, and then we spent about 15 minutes. There were other people as well who were waiting for their families and their friends. And from there, we proceeded to the parking area where his car was parked.
Yes.
So ila ngabona khona ukuthi oyingakhathethi angayi office ngoba normally imoto bayishiya e-office bese behamba ngebhasi, but bonke that time babeshiye parking area yase Orlando Stadium.
That's where I then saw that that's the reason why he told me not to go to the Pirates offices, because they normally leave their cars there and travel by bus. So, but it happened that on that day, they all had their cars there at Orlando Stadium.
Yes.
Wayevele shilo ukuthi after game ufuna ngathi singaya somewhere mhlawumbe nje siyoyijabulisa. And
It's something that he had said before or previously, that after the game he would like us to go somewhere just to go and have fun.
So you had not driven to the stadium. You had some other transport.
yeah, I took a cab to the stadium.
Yes. Did you then leave the stadium with the deceased?
Yes, ngahamba naye umufi nomunye umfana omncane webhola. Khona umfana nje shuthi uyamazi uSenzo ngoba ngabona shuthi ukuthi uyifan yakhe ngoba ngendlela ababejabulana ngayo wamthatha wambuza ukuthi uyaphi waswathi uya endlini wathi woza ungiphutha ngikhombisa ekhaya ukuthi kuphi ngizokuthatha ngikushiye.
Yes, as well as another boy there that was there. I could see that this boy was his friend, and that Senzo knew him, and that this guy was just happy. So Senzo asked him where he was going. The boy then said he was going home, and then Senzo said to him, "You'll show me where your home is."
Yes. And then from there sahamba ukuthi ngikho familiar kakhulu neSoweto ukuthi kuphi like indawo noma ngiyazi, but sahamba saqala sashiya yena lo mfana omncane nje, and then from there ngangazi ukuthi siya kula le party le ayeyisho or le ndawo ayeyisho ifuna sekuyona.
We then left. It's just that I'm not that familiar with Soweto, where Senzo dropped this boy, and from there we proceeded to the party, or to the venue of the party that he had spoken about.
Can you clarify me, was the boy known to Senzo, or was he just being a good Samaritan?
I think uSenzo wayemazi ngoba umfana wathi mayimbingelela noSenzo wambingelela ngendlela ukukhombisa ukuthi umuntu akena umuntu aqalayo ukumbona lo.
And I would say Senzo knew him as well, because the boy greeted him, and in Senzo's response you could see that this is not someone that he was seeing for the first time.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, what happened further?
From lapho ke sesilungiselela ukuthi sohamba ke siye lapho wase wathola icall.
From there, as we were now preparing to go to the venue, he received a call.
Yes.
At first ngangazi ukuthi ubani phela lo mfonelayo, up until azathi asambe segari kufanele ngiyohlangana nalo egari, kufanele ngiyohlangana nalo muntu egarage, ngathi ngibuza ukuthi ubani lo wasangitshela ukuthi hayi uKelly kubani.
At first, I didn't know who he was talking to, and then he said to me that let's go and meet this person at the garage. I then wanted to know who that was. He then said Kelly Kumalo.
Yes.
Yes, we proceed.
Okay, and then saya wasibangitshela ukuthi uKelly kufanele uya perform I think eMpumalanga on that day, but akasashuthi show uthi uKelly show yakhe canceliwe, so ngicabanga ukuthi wasefonela yena uSenzo ufuna ukubona ukuhlangana noSenzo.
He informed me that Kelly was supposed to be performing in Mpumalanga, but then Kelly informed him that the show had been cancelled. So that's when then Kelly then decided that she wanted to meet up with Senzo.
Yes.
Sahamba ke saya kulona igarage ke lelo, sahlangana ke naye wapaka emuva kwethu.
We then proceeded to that garage, and we met her. I think she parked behind us.
Yes.
Esada kufika ngangabona ukuthi uhamba noba or uhamba noba.
When she had just arrived, I couldn't see as to who she was traveling with or the people that she was with.
Kuba ngihlele emotweni uSenzo waphuma waya kuyena wakhuluma naye.
Because I was seated in the car, Senzo is the one that alighted and went to speak to her.
Yes, and just where is this garage?
So it's ukuthi angazi ukuthi liphi section.
In Soweto, I just don't know in which section.
Yes,
Garage, you mean filling station?
Filling station, yeah.
Yes.
we may proceed.
And then from lapho ke obvious kwaphela ke la sasiya khona ke naye ngoba asigcinanga singasayanga ngoba ukufika kwaKelly kwaphazamisa izinto.
From there, it was now the end of where we were supposed to go. We didn't proceed to the venue that we were supposed to go to because when Kelly arrived, that did not happen anymore.
Yes.
And then ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi sadlula la kudayiswa khona into zokuphuza.
I remember that we went past a place that sells drinks.
But just remember, we're still talking about the events of the 25th of October 2014.
Yes.
From the garage, where did you proceed to?
Ilangisho khona ukuthi angikwazi phela ukuthi kuphi.
That's what I'm saying, that I don't know where it was, but
Nakhona futhi ilapho and then baphuma bayothenga ke no Kelly ngase ngabona ukuthi khona noZandi ke nomunye umuntu esifazane ke ngangazi ukuthi kakuba sihlala kakhulu nakhona ngoba wathenga sibakuthatha lelo tshwala lokuthengile saqhubeka nendlela.
they went out to go and buy. He went out together with Kelly. That's where I then saw that Zandi was also there. There was another lady also there. We didn't spend much time there. They just bought the liquor and then we proceeded, or we left.
Yes.
From there ngamtshela ukuthi ke
Just clarity. So from the filling station, were the vehicles driving behind one another?
yes, yeah.
Yes.
You earlier told the court that it was raining on the day. Was it still raining at that particular time?
Yebo kakhulu.
Yes, very much so.
And what was the plan?
Iflani
that point.
akusebukuthi uzohamba ashiye mina eKatlehong ngekhaya mase yaqhubeka ke ngendlela yakhe or ayendlini yakhe.
The plan was that he was going to drop me at home in Katlehong, and then he was going to proceed to wherever he was going, or whether to his house.
Yes.
Yes, we proceed.
On ngendleleni ke ku freeway wase waya kakunetha kakhulu baswathi asiqale eMalbathini la ayisihlala khona no Kelly ngilinde kancane ukuthi imvula ize yehle and then izobe seyangihambisa ngoba unqenisa nje binetha kanje imvula nama potholes Katlehong wathi ngingcono uqale wehle imvula ngoba la linetha nje kakhulu futhi yayiheavy kakhulu le mvula.
As we were traveling, he then said to me that he was first going to go to Malbatten, where he was staying together with Kelly, just to wait for the rain to come down, because now he was a bit scared of the potholes in Katlehong.
Yes.
Yes, we proceed.
And then sahamba ke sakhona eKatlehong mina ngihamba naye ngemoto.
We then went to Katlehong. I was traveling with him in the car, the two of us.
And then emoto ngemuva liba besilandela kabu uKelly uZandi losisi nentombazane engishoyo ngabona ukuthi ukhona nomunye umuntu wesilisa futhi.
And then in the car that was following us, it was Kelly, Zandi, the lady that I was referring to, and then I also noticed that there was a male as well.
Yes. Just before you proceed, can you just repeat, where did you go to?
Sisuka eSoweto ngisho njalo saya eMalbatten.
From Soweto to Malbatten.
Yes. You earlier on said you went to Katlehong.
Bengifana ngisekhona eKatlehong, but because of imvula wase wathi asiqale eMalbatten silinde imvula ize yehle misiyehlile imvula uzobe siyangihambisa eMalbatten ekhaya I mean eKatlehong ekhaya.
We were supposed to go to Katlehong, but because it was raining and very much so, he then said, let's go to Malbatin, I'll wait there, and then once the rain is subsided, come down, then he will take me home to Katlehong.
Right, so you proceeded to Malbatin.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, safika eMalbathini. Sangena-ke thina safika kuqala futhi. Sahlala and then after isikhathi sidayini e-sitting room ngisho njalo. Kwase kufika kwangena uKelly, uZandi, umuntu wesifazane omunye nendoda futhi naye. Ngangibazi la abanye. uKelly ngiyamazi, uZandi ngake ngambona so ngiyamazi.
We arrived in Malbatin. We were the first to arrive, and then we were there for a while. And thereafter, Kelly arrived. He was in the company of Zandi, the lady that I referred to, as well as the bail. I don't know the others, but Kelly I know, and Zandi I had seen before, so I knew Zandi. Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, sahlala ngesikhathi esincane lo wesilisa nale ntombazane le enye engithi angiyazi igama bahamba bona ke.
We were there for a short while, and then the lady, as well as the gentleman, the two that were unknown to me, then left.
Yes.
And then noZandi wahamba futhi naye wayolala kamereni, then mhlambe after like 5 minutes noKelly wahamba naye wayolala ekamereni.
Zandi
ngisala noSenzo lesobabili sitting room.
Zandi went to sleep in the bedroom, and then after 5 minutes, Kelly also went to the bedroom to go and sleep, and then in the sitting room, it was myself and Senzo who remained behind.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then after isikhathi sasihleli sikhuluma ngebhola, sikhuluma nangesikole kumina. Nje wayezodlala i-derby game futhi the following weekend angisho njalo.
We were seated there having a chat about football and about school where it concerned me, and he was going to play a derby game or a derby the following weekend.
Yes.
Sahlala sabuka i-TV up until ke sahlukana ke sesiyolala.
We sat there and we watched TV up until we had to go and sleep.
Because why into esihlalisile sasibuka amaculo labadlala ebusuku, and wayefuna i-celebration azoyenza mase bewinile ne-Chiefs the following day. So ngangilonga imfundo ngoba obviously mina ngiyakwazi ukudansa, so angilonga imfundisa ke ngithi mina wenze kanje uye crowd wenze kanje. So
we were the reason I was seated, we were watching some music that was playing, and he also wanted something to perform or to do when he had won the derby game. So because I'm familiar with music and I'm also performing or doing dancing, I would then show him that this is what you should do when celebrating. You should go to the crowd and do this.
Yes. And what became of your plans to go to Katlehong?
He ended up saying that I should sleep. He would take me home in the morning.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, so what in the tools on the success of Bagnet, and I'm going to show this guy. Yes, so my name goes to Sham for Bagnet, so Galala, Naiwa, Olala,
He then said that he was going to take me home in the morning, and I also said, could see that the rain was very heavy, and that we might end up being involved in an accident. We would just be taking a risk. So I remained in the sitting room. That's where I slept. He went to the bedroom to go and sleep.
Yes.
Then sakwazi kwasa-ke wavuka ekuseni futhi weza kumina sahlala nje sakhuluma angazi masadla breakfast yini, and then wayese bangitshela-ke ukuthi uRoy Mahamutsa wayemdlali we-Pirates naye wayenephathi ngalelo langa.
Okay, it was then the morning, he came to me, we had a chat, I think we also had breakfast. He then informed me that Roy Mahamutsa, who was also a Pirates player at the time, will be having a party on that day.
Yes.
And just for record purposes, just
on the 26th.
give the date.
On the 26th of October 2014.
Yes.
And then from lapho but ngamtshela ukuthi hayi phela mina uRoy wayememe wena plus nanokuthi babe into ayimemele wena kaku-go-kart, so umuye obviously kwi-go-karting unabantu sokuba allocated babekele ngaleso sikhathi.
I then told him that Roy Mahamutsa invited you, and the purpose or the reason for the invitation was to go and do go-karting, and the purpose of that is when you invite people for go-karting, you know that you have allocated a number or certain people that you invite for that purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, and enye futhi reason ukuthi reluctant ukuthi ngingayi ngoba ngisaqoqa impahla ngifake ngayizolo, even though ngithathile ishower kuyena, but ngangisaqoqa impahla ngifake ngayizolo, so
The other reason why I was reluctant to go is that I was still wearing the very same clothes that I was wearing the previous day. Yes, I had taken a shower, but I was still wearing the same clothes.
Yes.
bagcine-ke obviously engigoqile ukuthi bagcine kwazi ukuthi akhulume nami ukuthi sigcine sihambile ngathi mina inkinga sasihambeni.
He ended up being able to convince me, and then I said, then there's no problem, let's go.
To go away?
Niye kuphi?
To la ka-go-kart wakhona.
To where the go-karting was.
And where was that?
Kwakukuphi?
Angisazi noma Sunning Hill or Sunning Side, somewhere around.
Not certain whether it was Sunning Hill, Sunning Side.
No, it was Pretoria or something. Angazi kahle, Sunning Hill or Sunning Side, somewhere lapho.
Towards Pretoria, but I'm just not certain where exactly.
Yes.
Sathi masesiphuma sesihamba uKelly wayethe une-show performa eSoweto.
Just as we were now about to leave, Kelly had said that she had a show where she was performing in Soweto, or she was going to perform in Soweto.
Yes.
Yes.
Ngathi hayi inkinga phela uzohamba ngemoto yakhe nathi sizohamba ngemoto yethu, angithi uyoperform thina siya ngala.
I then said that there's no problem. She'll travel in her car, go to Soweto, and we travel in our own car, going our direction.
Yes.
But abathula bangangiphendula. Ngabona after ukuthi indaba engangiphendulanga ngoba sathi masesiphuma sesihamba walanda imoto. Ngabona sekuzofaka iX6 yakhe usenzo phambi kwethu.
Okay, he kept quiet and did not answer me, and I only saw or realized afterwards as to why he did not answer me, because he went around, he fetched his car, and then I saw Senzo's car, the X6, parked in front of us.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usenzo wangena ku-driver, ukheli wahlala phambili, ngangena-ke obviously ngemuva nami, eceleni kwami kwasekuhlala uZandi.
Senzo went into the driver's side, Kelly sat in front, I then went into the back, and then next to me sat Zandi.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then from lapho, side driver ke towards la ekakuzoba khona i-party, i-venue ye-party ka-Roy Mahamudza.
From there, we then proceeded or drove towards the venue where Roy Mahamudza's party was going to be held.
Yes.
Usenzo wayethe bazofike shuthe uKelly noZandi bazofike bashiye khona baqhubeke bona nemoto bayilapho ngoba kwathi iboti yakhe le enye encane ibadeclator angazi yenzekeni so usenzo.
Okay. Senzo then said to me that Kelly and Zandi were going to leave us there and then they were going to proceed because something was wrong with Senzo's other car, the small car.
The Golf 5, yeah.
Or the Golf 5.
Golf 5.
Yes.
And then endleleni ke masiya khona ka lapho la kuneba go-kart wakhona kwaba khona ama-change wathola ucingo kwasiba khona ama-change of plans.
Ubani wathola ucingo?
Usenzo.
On our way to where the party or the go-kart was going to be, Senzo had received a call and then there was a change of plan.
Yes.
The if you can just clarify this, the party that was going to be held for the player Roy Mahamudza, was it at this go-kart place or what was the position?
Ngokubona kwami kakuzofika ku-go-kart as abadlali, then from u-go-kart kwakuzoyiwa endlini ka-Roy Mahamudza for the meals nama-braai.
Okay. According to how I saw it, we're gonna go there for the go-karting. That is now for the players, as far as the players are concerned. And from there, for the meals and the drinks, we're gonna go to the Roy Mahamudza's house.
Which was where?
Back row.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngabona sesigena at some mall khona nje on the way sangena sapaka kuleyo mall wathatha ngemphelezele.
I just saw us parking at some mall as we were proceeding. We just parked at some mall and then he asked me to accompany him.
Yes.
Yeah, wathi ngemphelezele futhi thola into yokudla sangena kaWimpy. But angazi ngoba fisa sidlile kancane but sangena kaWimpy and then kaWimpy ke la asengitshela khona nangale call ayitholile nanokuthi
He then asked me that he wanted, or said to me that he wanted to get something to eat. We went into Wimpy, and that's where then at Wimpy he told me, and also told me about the call that he had received.
Yes, you may proceed. You don't need to dwell on that call.
Okay.
You may proceed.
And then from lapho ke ngizoba ngisho kwase kuba sekushintsha indlela ngabona sesibuyela eOrlando sesiya eSoweto la kuthiwa performa khona uKelly so sagcina singafikanga kuleyo part kaRoy.
As I said that I could see that there was now a change, or that there was a change. I then saw that we were now on our way to Soweto. We ended up not even going to Roy Mahamudza's party.
Yes.
Okay, from Safika ke Soweto kuphi Dorothy Nyembe Park. I think akune can do first. Can do first. Yeah, athi mufukati mangaqomba manje
We arrived at Dorothy Nyembe
Park.
Park. I think there was a can do first by Arthur Mafokate, if I'm not lying.
Yes.
And then
What is a can do first? Is it a can
think
do
it-
festival or can do what?
I think igama le event
I think it's the name of the event
ngoba ngiyayazi vele yona.
because I know it.
It is first for festival.
Festival, I think, yeah.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then safika ke sihamba sapaka baphuma kokheli ke bayolungiselela ke la uphefuma khona thina sapaka la eceleni, and then ngabona sesiswa to some tent khona itende lalilapha safike sama ke lapha etendeni.
We parked there, Kelly, then they then went out to go and prepare themselves for performance, and we were then, we sat there and we were made to go to a tent. There was some tent there. We
Yes.
were made to go to that tent.
What happened after those activities at Dorothy Nyembe Stadium?
Sahamba saphuma
We left.
ya okay babesahleli usenzo nje wayengasafuni futhi ngoba ngindami nje ngathi asambeni ngoba ngibona ukuthi sihlalele la.
The lights of Kelly, they were still there, but Senzo just didn't want to be there any longer. I also said that we should go because I also didn't want to be there.
Yes.
And then sathi mase sibuya ngathi ngicela ngishiye ekhaya ke Katlehong.
On our way back, I then requested him to drop me at home in Katlehong.
Yes.
And then wangithatha ke wa saya eKatlehong sasuke Soweto saya eKatlehong ekhaya ke wafike wangidropa ekhaya.
From Soweto, we then proceeded to Katlehong at my home, and that's where he dropped me.
Yes.
And then after like 5-10 minutes waphinda wangifonela futhi wangibuza ukuthi ngikuphi, ngamtshela ukuthi awungila endlini, wasathi ayishintsha ntwana sambeni kithi mina simbuza ngathi awusiyaphi, wasathi ishintsha bathi asambe ngiphelezela ngifuna siyolanda itumelo.
After 5-10 minutes, he called me and asked me where I was. I told him, but I'm at home. He then said to me, change. I then asked him, but where are we going? He said, just change. We go and fetch Tumelo.
And just explain to the court who's Tumelo.
Ubani Tumelo?
Itumelo umngani kaSenzo
Senzo's friend
waseDurban.
from Durban,
Yeah, his surname.
Madlala.
Fetching him where?
Angazi mangizothi N3 off ramp somewhere off ramp ku N3.
It's an off-ramp somewhere in the
Sprayed
N3.
view.
Sprayed
View. Yeah, I think it's Sprayed View.
I think it's Sprayed View.
Yes.
And then wafika ngilanda ngambuza ukuthi uhamba nobaba, ngitshela ukuthi usahamba noKelly noZandi kodwa uzofika bashiye Sprayed View. Ngathi mina alright sa ngena kanjalo ke futhi emotweni ke, but ngangazi ukuthi sofika sithatha itumelo sishiye uKelly noZandi siqhubeke nendlela yethu.
I asked him with who he was in the vehicle. He told me that it was Kelly and Zandi, and what I knew was that we were gonna just take Tumelo, then drop Kelly and Zandi, and then we proceed with our journey.
Yeah.
Emotweni okay before simlanda uTumelo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi uZandi wathola icall ephuma kuma wakhe emtshela ukuthi abeze endlini wamtshela ukuthi uhamba nosenzo sathi akabuyi ngiyakhumbula nje ngoba bebizana ngosihlobo.
Okay, Bambi lapho. In the vehicle or in the car, I know that Zanje, or can you remember that Zanje received a call from her mother asking them to come home, and she also said that she was in Senzo's company. The other thing that I can remember that they were referring to each other as Stobo, friend.
Yes.
Stobo, so the Stobo can either be friend, my lord, or relative, but it's Stobo.
And then sasuka sahamba ke safisa la salanda uTumelo.
We then fetched Tumelo.
From uTumelo.
Did you fetch him there, the place that you described?
Yeah.
Yes.
My lord, will this be perhaps an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
What time are we to be back? Do we need the entire lunchtime, or can we come back at 1:45?
I think it's safe for all of us to resume at 2, my lord.
uzokhumbula ukuthi uthathe isifungo ngaphambi kokuzokhuluma iqiniso sisabophezela leso sifungo.
Mr. Chair, you may
You
continue.
reminded him of,
That's correct, ma'am.
okay, thanks.
You may continue. You left off where you're explaining that you went to fetch Mr. Tumelo Madala along the N3 at the spread view off-ramp.
Usungaqhubeka-ke la uthe khona nahamba nayolanda uTumelo Madlala ku-operant yase-Spade View.
Yeah, emva kokulanda uTumelo saya eFosloras.
After fetching Tumelo, we went to Fos Loras.
On
And just before you proceed, did you know Mr. Tumelo Madala before this particular day?
Ngaphambi kwaleliya suku noma leliya langa namlanda ngalo, ingabe wawumazi yini uTumelo?
yebo ngimazi.
Yes, I knew him.
Yes, you may proceed.
By the way, he said it's from an off-ramp in,
Spade View,
Spade View.
entry of ramp, yeah.
It's the entry of ramp in Spade View.
you say you went to where?
Uthi naseniya kuphi?
Fosloras.
In Fos Loras.
Yes.
Yes.
And just before you proceed, what was the state of health of Tumelo at that stage?
Isimo sakhe-ke sezimpilo uTumelo ngaleso sikhathi leso sasinjani?
Wayehamba ama-crashes.
He was on crutches, or he was walking on crutches.
Wathi walimala nje kunyaweni.
He got injured in his foot.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Samlanda uTumelo then saya eFosloras indlela yayiya ka Kelly endlini kamaka Kelly ngisho njalo.
We first Tumelo, we went to Fos Loras. We were headed to Kelly's mother's house.
Yes.
We then sase siqala indawo la kwisitolo kodwa kunendawo futhi yokudayisa ukudla nama drinks utshwala ngisho njalo.
We then went to a shop. There's a part or a site that sells food, and then there's a site that sells drink, alcohol. Let me put it like that.
Yes.
Before singene ngaqale ngakhuluma noSenzo. uSenzo wayebona ukuthi ngangingekho right kahle noma ngisho ukuthi wasuka khuluma ngengane yakhe ngengane zakhe ngisho njalo.
Okay. Before we entered, I first spoke to Senzo. He could see that I wasn't well. Let me put it like this, that he spoke, or he was speaking about his children.
Yes.
If you say you were not well, what do you mean?
Okay, uchaza lokho ukuthi mangithi not well angisho ukuthi ngangigula
but ngangingekho right nge-situation at that moment. Ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi akubona imfihlo ukuthi uMandisa umngane wami.
Okay, bambe lapho. When I say not well, I don't mean health-wise or that I was sick, but referring to the situation. And it is also not a secret that Mandisa is my friend.
When you say you were not well, you mean that you were. I don't want to put words in your mind, in your mouth. You say you were not physically unwell, but was it like you were troubled, or was it like you were spiritually pressured, or something like that?
Mangithi not well, I mean in the sense ukuthi ngangakuthanda ukuthi ngilo ngihamba noSenzo noKelly noZandi kube kwazi kahle ukuthi uMandisa umnganami. Uzobukeka kambi komunye umuntu yonke.
I didn't sit well with me, my lord, that I was in Senzo, that I was in the company of Senzo, Kelly, and Zandi, knowing very well that Mandisa was my friend. To someone else, that would look bad.
Yes, but can you just, what is it that made you particularly uncomfortable?
Yini ke lokhu okwabangahlali kahle okwenza ukuthi ungabi kahle?
Mangithi kangahlali kahle kumina, it's because ngiyibuka ngalendlela mina ngiyibuka ngayo ukuthi ubhizi kuhleli la kumnandi sihamba nalabantu la angina personally anginayo inkinga nabo, but ngalesa sikhathi nobe into eyayenzeka kangeke kuze kubukeke kahle ngihambe nabo kodwa ngibe ngizwana noMandisa umngane wami to a point ukuthi ngisho noSenzo
azama ukuthi inqamulo mfethu ungayikhuluma ngayo ngesikhathi sonke angikuvimbi kodwa ngizama ukuthi ngibonile konke okushoyo sozwana ungazeka. Not that I had a problem per se or personally with them, but looking at the situation at the time and also knowing very well that Mandisa is my friend and still I am in their company.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, so kumina kangahlali kahle to a point ukuthi noSenzo wayibona leyo nto wase sayikhuluma ke nje bengisho ukuthi sayikhuluma naye wase wangitshela ukuthi no uyabona understand the situation angibeke kuyona, but at the same time futhi ucela ukuthi ngiyobona ingane yakhe.
Okay. Well, so to me, it didn't sit well in that manner or in that fashion, and Senzo could also see it. Hence, I'm saying that we then managed to speak about it, or we spoke about it, and then he said to me that he realizes the situation that he put me in, but he was just making a request for me to go and see his child.
Yes.
So you may proceed.
Because ngangakaze ngibone ingane yakhe, and ingane yakhe endala namhla ngijwayele ngiyayazi ikhulele phambi kwami.
Because I'd never seen his child, but I knew or I know Senzo's firstborn child, Namsha. She grew up in front of me and I'm used to her.
Neka Senzo noMandisa futhi unana naye ukhulele phambi kwami ngiyamazi ngijwayele kakhulu manje.
As well as Senzo and Mandisa's child called Nana. I know that child. The child grew up in front of me up until now. I'm still used to the child.
The first child you mentioned is who?
Namsha.
And whose child is Namsha?
It's ingane kaSenzo with a different woman. But ikhuliswe uMandisa.
But the child was raised by Mandisa.
And do you know the name of the child with Kelly?
Yes, Tingo.
How do you spell Tingo?
Tingo.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
So when you mention indaba yomntwana kumina it was a reason yokuthi siye kusho ukuthi isizathu sona sizathu ukuthi esingangenza ukuthi ngize ngiye sigcine sengibona ingane yakho uma ngangakaze ngiyibone futhi ngakujabulela lokho kakhulu.
When he mentioned to the child, that was now a reason for me to go and see the child, because I'd never seen the child, and I was very happy, would have been happy for that.
Yes, you may proceed.
Just a moment. Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then after lokho we bought some drinks again futhi kwangena mina noZandi.
Thereafter we bought drinks, and the people that went in was myself and Zandi.
Yes.
And after us telling my drinks, we went to Kelly's mom's house.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, safika ngaphandle saphuka phaa kusenzo imoto ezihamba ngayo, and then bangena sase siyalandela ke nathi siyangena ngaphakathi endlini.
When you got outside, Senzo parked the vehicle, they went in, and we also followed.
Yes.
What time did you arrive there at the house of the mother to Kelly Khumalo?
Endlini kaMakakheli nafika sikhatsini
After 5,
semva
between
ku-5.
5 and 6 now.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, it hasn't been, just put that on record. What time of
He
arrival?
said it in English after 5. That's why we kept quiet. So.
I take it 5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m.
Yeah.
And then masingena endlini sangena sathola later was identified as uMakakheli, but bekuwumuntu esimanga wesifazane ugcine sengithola ukuthi kwakuMakakheli.
When we went into the house, we then found this lady, who then later found out that it was Kelly's mother.
Just a minute. I just want to show you a photo. It's photo 1 up to 4 of Exhibit B. So I'm just trying to get you the right photo. Photo 2,
It's exhibit.
exhibit B. B1, there's the day photo, the photo album of Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo.
Photo number.
It's photo number 2.
Yes.
Also photo 3. Photo number 4. What is your comment regarding these photos?
Uthini ke ngale ithombe?
Sendlini kaMayokheli, this is your
It's Kelly's mother's house where we were.
The car that appears though in the photo,
Imoto yona,
recognize it?
imoto kaSenzo.
Senzo's car.
Would you want maybe a short adjournment? Or are you fine? Yes, you can proceed. You went into the house and found a lady that was introduced as Kelly's mother. What happened?
Mr. Tola, you are not under pressure to proceed if you don't feel that you are okay. Don't feel pressured. At the same time, where you feel you can, let us make sure that we utilize the time available maximally. Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then okay, kakhona uMakakheli nje bese ngisho kukhona nomfana omncane who was introduced as a Christian. So Christian is ingane kaKheli Khumalo no Jubjub.
There was Kelly's mother, and then a young boy who introduced himself as Christian. And Christian is Kelly and Jubjub's child.
Yes, you may proceed.
Safike sahlala ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kakudlala ibhola futhi.
On arrival, we sat, and I can recall that there was a football game that was playing, that was on.
Yes.
We're going to show you photo 64 of exhibit B. That is the day photo, my lord, the photo album of Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo. If you can perhaps explain the sitting arrangement.
Uma ungachaza ke indlela enanihlezi ngayo.
Kule couch le la kule couch kakuhleli uMakakheli la.
On this couch where I'm pointed, Kelly's mother sat there.
For the record will not know what is there.
On the couch.
Kelly's mother was sitting there. Where was he? Where was she sitting?
On the couch.
Yeah, perhaps we.
Mr. Twala,
Yes.
yeah, maybe it will also require at times for you to quickly rise up, go point. Everyone can see the exhibit we're referring to.
So
For the sake, yeah, you have a pointer. If you except that Mr. Interpreter doesn't want me to see.
So must I use this?
Okay,
Yeah, maybe,
He said he could see, my lord.
okay.
maybe you can just explain the setup there in the sitting room. Just explain the setup.
Kwisitting room kunama-couch awu-two
In the sitting room, there are two couches
abhekene opposite yalo ukuthi la kuvela eyodwa kuphela.
facing each other, but here on the photo, only one appears.
Okay, where's the other couch?
Ikuphi? And it's
Just
opposite.
point.
It's opposite to this one.
Yeah, just point, just use the
Opposite
phone.
couch le.
I don't know how to point it, but it's opposite to this couch.
On a couch that is not appearing on that photo, ne?
Yes.
Yes, and you explained that you're watching a soccer game.
Yes.
Where's the television set?
Ikuphi-ke i-television noma umabonakude?
Yes.
Television set ila.
The television set is here.
The couch couch opposite yona.
There's a couch opposite the this one that appears, but it's not on the photo.
Just going to show photo 65.
This is the TV stand.
So now this stand is a TV.
Something like on the couch there. There ibihleli mina ngisenze ayivelile. So that's why ngikwazi ukuthi ngikhomba kanjani ayikho.
This couch that is appearing, it's still the same couch that is appearing. The couch where myself, Senzo, and Tumelo were seated is still not appearing on the photo.
Yes, you can proceed.
So kule couch la ibihleli umama Kelly.
On this couch here, where on this side, Kelly's mother sat.
Phakathi nendawo ibihleli uZana.
In the middle was Zandi.
uLongo wafika after.
Longo
asilisa wathi uLongo. So wafika after wahlala eduze kwaZana.
And that Longwe came afterwards. There's a gentleman that they introduced as Longwe. He arrived afterwards and he sat next to Zandi.
Where did Zandi sit?
Phakathi nendawo couch.
In the middle of the couch.
So long way set on a part we cannot see.
Yes, can you just maybe just indicate where would that be?
Ukuphi lapha? On this side, on the left.
If you couch looking at left.
And who is long way?
Ubani uLongwe?
uLongwe ngangemazi name bathi boyfriend kaZana.
I didn't know him at the time, but at the end I was told that it's Zandi's boyfriend.
Right, you can go back to the witness stand. And can you just explain how you were seated on the other couch?
Awuchazeke ukuthi kwenye couch lena-ke le othi ayibonakala ukuthi nanihlezi kanjani.
Okay, kakufike kube uTumelo etshuthi ngala ngakwi-TV.
On the side,
Couch ngakwi-TV.
on the side of the TV, it was Tumelo.
Yes, and then kube yimina phakathi nendawo.
In the middle, it was myself.
Kube uSenzo move like on the right hand side there.
And then on the right hand side, it was Senzo, the deceased.
And then uKelly wayemile kodwa abuye ahlale phansi into engathi hlala noma yiphi ornament kodwa wayehlala wayengali kwaSenzo.
Sorry, Kelly was standing, but at times she would be sitting on something like an ornament. Something that looked like a seat or an ornament, but on the other side of Senzo.
If you can just go back to photo 64. Can you just point with the laser where you, the respective positions where you were seated?
But thina sasingahleli kule
This is
couch.
not the couch we were
Yes,
seated on.
I'm talking about the imaginary couch, the one that's not shown there.
La Umelo. Ngale ndawo le bala senze ngale okay.
On this,
Actually lo.
back to the couch. The witness pointed on the left-hand side, as he's standing in front of that, it was Tumelo. In the middle, it was the witness, and then Senzo, and then Kelly on the other side. Was it Wakulma Nangolongo? I was just pointing at the couch because I could see it. Longo was seated on the other couch.
So Longo didn't sit on the same couch as you.
No.
Yes, maybe if just using the laser, there's a pink object there. Where were you seated?
La. La. The couch there.
On this couch. Yeah, where the witness is pointing.
Yes. And the deceased?
Umufena
Bala.
on this side.
Yes, and Miss Kelly Kumalo.
Kelly Kumalo
Bala.
on this side.
Well, thank you. If I can draw your attention to the sketch plan that appears on Exhibit B1, my lord, page 20.
You pardon me, the markings have gone very faint.
Okay, it's page 20, at the bottom, there's a page number, page 20.
Oh yes.
If you can, maybe using a laser once again, just indicate the various positions.
La.
Yeah,
Kelly. Utumelo.
Tumelo sat there.
La. Kelly me.
There it was me.
La. Kelly Senzo.
There it was Senzo.
La. Okay.
And there it was Kelly.
On this side, Mala. La. Kelly Mara Kelly.
Yeah, it was Kelly's mother who sat there.
La. Kwasala Uzani.
Yeah, it was Zandi.
And then later on, kwangena ulongo wangena wazohlala la.
And later on, Longo came in and Longo came and sat here.
Thank you. The TV, can you just...
Nice.
Here's the TV.
Right, thank you. If we can just go back to photo 64 again. Are you able to indicate where the kitchen is?
Uyakwazi ukukhomba ukuthi i-kitchen kuphi indawo?
The kitchen.
Yes, the kitchen here.
Right, and how does one move up to the sitting room from the kitchen?
Ukusuka ke e-kitchen umuntu uhamba kanjani azofika ke sitting room?
Ungena ngomnyango la kitchen.
Coming through the kitchen door.
Bese uba nento ayibona umnyango but into engathi evulekile ekhambisa la passage. Bese uqhubekela la sitting.
There's an opening, it's not a door, it's just an opening through which you go and then you appear or you come to the sitting room.
The passage encane.
It's a small passage.
Uqhubekela.
Then you come to the here
Sitting room.
to the sitting room.
Thank you. Yes, you may proceed.
Yes.
Where did I stop?
Yeah, you had just explained the seating arrangement where the respective parties were seated. What happened next?
Usachaza-ke la ukuthi lo mncane uhlezi kuphi nendawo.
Okay, and then ngiwade ngisho ukuthi bakudlala ibhola futhi ngikhumbula kahle bakudlala iChelsea neManchester United because ngiyakhumbula uSenzo noTumelo bephikisana ngoDidier Drogba for which wakora futhi ngalila lapha.
As I said, that there was a game playing, and it was Chelsea and Manchester United, and I'm able to remember that because Senzo and Tumelo were having an argument about Didier Drogba, and he even scored on that day.
Yes. you
To
may
which
proceed.
to which side was Didier Drogba? Didier Drogba.
Didier Drogba.
Idlala iChelsea.
Chelsea.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then after isikhathi basiphakele ukudla.
And after some time, they dished food for us.
Yes.
Yes.
So just before sidle ngisho kahle bangilethela uThingo. Ngambona ke for the first time ngangidlala naye nje.
Before they brought the food for us, they brought Tingo for me. I saw Tingo for the first time and played with Umfana, and played with her.
Yes.
And then base basiphakela ukudla ngekhumbula ukuthi nje sadla saqhubeka sabuka ibhola.
They then dished food for us. We ate and then we continued watching the game.
Yes.
Yes.
Yaze yaphela igame.
Up to the end of the game.
Ngikhumbula ukuthi mina ngangiphethe ifoni yami ngithi ngifuna ukucharger ngoba yayisi off.
I remember I had my phone and I wanted to charge it because it was off already.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngathi mangicharger ifoni ngoba ngibona icharger lapha khona ibhizo be-TV. Ngayifaka emva kwesikhathi nje esincane ngiqeda kuyifaka. Ukhelwa wayikhipha wayibeka eceleni wafake yakhe.
Just when I charged the phone, started to charge the phone because I could see that there was a charger next to the TV, put it in there, and then Kelly took it out and put her phone, put it aside and put her phone in the charger.
Yes.
Photo 63 is on display. Photo 63 of Exhibit B. Are you able to show where you were charging your phone?
La.
Here.
Yes. Proceed.
Ngayicharger ke ifoni. Bakhuluma nje izinto kahle umuntu wayikhuluma nangikhuluma kakhulu noTumelo ngiphethe uThingo ngidlala naye noSenzo wayikhuluma noZandi.
Okay. I was most of the time speaking with Tumelo, and I also had Utingo, playing with Utingo, and Senzo was speaking to Zandi.
Zandi okay.
Zandi okay.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then after uThingo walala and bamthatha ke bambeka ekamereni.
After Tingo slept and they took her to the bedroom.
How old was Tingo at that stage?
Wayeminyaka mingaki ngaleso sikhathi uThingo?
Why a few months?
Few months.
What's a specific, but why a few months?
I can't be specific, but it was a few months.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then from lapho ke obviously khona no Christian naye ke Christian active ke nje into engibona kuyena lengane ngiyabona nje ukuthi uthanda ukudlala uthanda ukushona lena le.
Christian was also there, and Christian was active. You could see that is one of those children that likes playing. He was all over the place.
Yes.
And then after some time uke kwa khona la usenzo no Kelly bake baphuma khona.
After some time, there was an incident where Kelly and Senzo went out.
Yes.
Ngokuzwa kwami ngathi ubaye babe esitolo. Kuthiwa baphuma no Kelly, usenzo baphuma no Kelly. Bizokwenza baye esitolo. So baphuma baye esitolo ke.
According to what I heard, that they went to the shop. Senzo was called by Kelly so that they could go to the shop.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwase kungena kowesilisa ke.
Then a male came in.
Ekutheme esengizwa ke base bachaza ukuthi lo wesilisa boyfriend ka Zandi Khumalo, lo muntu wafika ke uLong Wethwala.
And then I heard that that person was Zandi's boyfriend, and I also heard or got to know that that person was Longwe Chwala.
Yes.
And you've already demonstrated where he sat on the couch.
So sikhombisile ukuthi wafika wahlala kuphi nendawo couch ngakithi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Wase emva kwesibamphakela ke naye.
They also dished for him.
Wayekhuluma nomuntu wakhe ke ngikhumbula nje sikhuluma sesibingelela futhi.
Awukhumbule nibingelele. He was speaking to his girlfriend, and I also don't remember him greeting us.
Yes, you may proceed.
Wahlala ke phezu kwaZandi, and then ngabona ukuthi uSenzo uyamazi ngendlela babingelela ngayo. Ngabona ukuthi uSenzo uyamazi ngoba ngase ngibuza nami ukuthi ubani washo ukuthi hayi umuntu kaZandi ngathi okay.
He sat next to Zandi, and from the manner on the way in which he greeted Senzo, I could see that sorry, Senzo knew him, because I went on to ask who it was, and then I was told as to who it was.
Yes.
Yes.
Kuke kwaba khona nala uTumelo athi ufuna ukuyobhema khona.
There was also a time when Tumelo said that he wanted to go and smoke.
Yes.
Ngase wathi angiphelezele, and then ngase siyaphuma ke naye.
He then asked me, or he asked me to accompany him, then I went out with him.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase siyaphuma saphumela ngaphandle kwegate. Ngoba ngomtshela ukuthi ayibungeke uzubhema, ngibhemi nje mina kwaye.
ngamtshela ukuthi baphumele ngaphandle kwegate, saphumela ngaphandle kwegate-ke same eduze kwa-concrete kodwa ngaphandle.
We then went out of the gate because I don't smoke a cigarette, so we went out and next to the concrete.
Just a minute.
So you exited the gate and went, you said a concrete wall? Concrete, is it wall or?
Wall,
Yeah.
Just want to show photo 2.
So page?
Photo 2, my lord, on page 21 of Exhibit B. Can you explain where you went to smoke with Mr. Tumela Mandala in relation to that photo?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you just showed, if you agreed, a place to the left of the concrete wall. See, this way.
Yeah, this is la.
Yeah, yes.
Ngoba saphuma la.
Because we came
Ngoba
out
ifuna
of here.
ukubhema ngala ngathi mina ngizobhemela ngaphansi emagcekeni abantu.
We wanted to smoke it there, inside, and then said to him, no, you cannot smoke inside people's yard premises.
Yes.
Then wabhema-ke waqeda.
He smoked and finished.
Yes.
And for how long were you there outside smoking?
Akwakuyisikhathi
Where he
esingakanani
smoked?
laphayana ngaphandle ebhema.
Angisanaso isisho kahle kodwa mhlawumbe 10 minutes. 10.
Not certain, but maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then sase singena ngaphakathi egcekeni.
We then went into the premises.
Yes.
And then from egcekeni before angene ngaphakathi ngathi akageza izandla la. Kunompompo ngathi mina ageza izandla manje kushaya umoya kancane ndekathi eqeda kubhema sezongena endlini ngoba kwayanuka ngiyazi.
Then whilst on the premises, just before he went in, I said to him, I told him to wash his hands. There's a tap there. Then told him to wash his hands because he can't just cool down for a while. He can't just after smoking then go into the house because I know it that it smells.
We just want to show you photo 6 of Exhibit B, which appears on page 23. Can you just explain what happened there in relation to the photo?
Kwenzekani-ke la kulesi sithombe sisibona?
Sathi masingena obviously singena siqhamuka la sizohamba la.
Okay, we came in, we appeared from the side to walk there.
La kunompompo
There's a tap there.
ila afika geza khona izandla.
That's where he washed his hands.
Sase siyama-ke la kancane futhi.
And then he stood there for a while.
Mr. Twala, you said that you are a non-smoker.
Yep.
You seem to be outlining all the smoking etiquettes.
Because I
Was
still
it because you smoked before, or was it just because
I've never
you...
smoked before. I know.
Oh, okay.
Angaze ngabhema-ke ukuthi nje ngiyazi.
Okay. Let's proceed.
And then after isikhathi isincane nje simile la.
And after a little while, as we were standing there,
Senze waphuma la emnyango.
Senzo came
Was
out
it?
of the door, coming to us.
He's showing the door. Which door is that?
This door, this kitchen door.
Lo mnyango-ke wasekhishini.
Yes.
And then wathi mayephuma, waphuma nje wathe asambeni.
When he came out, he just said, "Let's go."
Yes.
Sasikade simile ke sikhuluma vele noTumelo sikhulumela nje into zethu.
We were just standing there and having our own conversation, myself and Tumelo.
And then wathi mayephuma usenze ethi asambeni ngathi mina hayi sambeni vele yini sayihlalele la ngoba nengane bisilele.
And when Senzo came out and suggested that we should go, I then said, "Yes, indeed, why are we still here? And the child is also sleeping. Let's go."
Yes.
And then sase siyama siyakhuluma ke naye wa join conversation esasikhuluma. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwazi khona la zangicela khona ukuthi wayefulela ngimcheckela ama accommodation aseThekwini ngoba wayezobuya for December. So
We then stood there and he joined us in the conversation that we were having. He also asked me or requested me to check for him for accommodation in Durban because he was gonna go home for December.
You mean accommodation as in?
hotels.
Okay.
Hotel because wayethi ufuna ukwehla nomndeni wakhe and akafuni ayithi angafuni but wayethi this time ufuna ukulala ehotel.
Because he was gonna go down with his family, and then he said that this time he wanted to be accommodated or to sleep at the hotel.
Yes.
Yes, we proceed.
And then from lapho wathi mayisa siyakhuluma ke lokho ke and then ngamtshela ngathi angizombhekela because khona la wazathi khona mawukuthi mina nginayo imali ngimkhokhelele yena uzonginikeza amthethe hayibo unayo imali wena bese ngithole accommodation zokutshentsa malini usufaka leyo mali.
He then stood there, we spoke, and I said to him that I was gonna assist him or look for him. There was also a time where he said to me that if I have the money, I should just make the payment and then he will refund me. I then said, no, I will just look for the accommodation, inform you, and you just deposit the money.
Yes.
So we proceed.
And then from lapho ke akuphelanga ngisho isikhathi waphuma uKelly wathi uKelly uthiwa manje musu uhamba ungaveli uhambe ngena la endlini uvalelisi
Kuthiwa kusho ukubani?
ushuma wakhe.
Okay. And then Kelly came out, and Kelly then said that it is being said that if you're about to leave, don't just leave, come into the house and say goodbye. And that was from her mother.
Yes.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then obviously endlini sashiye yena uKelly uZandi uLongwe noma wakhe saseke ngithi mina bathi vele phela egcineni kufanele ubone uvalelisayo so ngase ngathi basiwathi hayi asingeneni ngathi mina asingeneni kuvalelise.
Obviously inside the house we had left Zandi, Longwe, Kelly and Kelly's mother. I then said to him, you are the one who's in any way supposed to say your goodbyes, but he then suggested that we all go in.
Yes.
Just a minute. If he's saying he's the one who must say his goodbyes, who are you referring to?
Usho bani-ke uma uthi wathi wena-ke vele wena kufanele uvalelise usho bani?
Ngangisho kuyena uSenzo.
Senzo.
Uyena umuntu osilethe la uyena ufana avalelise kuqala.
Because he's the one,
Sicela indlela.
that took us there, so he was the one that was to say his goodbyes first.
Yes.
And then sase siyangena-ke ngaphakathi endlini sahlala futhi ngendlela kade sihleli ngayo.
We then went into the house, or inside the house, and then we sat exactly in the same manner in which we were seated.
Just a minute.
Yes.
What time was it more or less at that stage?
If ngikhumbula kahle, it was between 7:30 and 8:30.
If I remember well, it was between 7:30 and 8:30.
And how was visibility at that stage?
Indlela ke ekwakubonakala ngayo, now inside the house.
Yes.
Ekwakubonakala ngayo kwakunjani ke?
Hayi sasibonana kahle.
We could see each other well.
Ukuthi visibility usho ukuthi dark
Yeah,
kakhanyile
kukhuluma ngalokho.
hayi kakukhanyi nje sasibonana.
There was light, we could see each other.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then sase siyangena siyahlala, obviously phela sase silinde ukuthi kube uyena usenzo oqalayo eshoyo ukuthi sesicela ukuhamba or
We went in, we sat. Obviously, we were now waiting for Senzo to be the one to speak first and say, but now we are about to leave, or we are asking to leave.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
and then angisazi ukuthi i-topic yesonto yangena kanjani, because I remember uKelly egida elingisela a certain type of isonto.
I don't know how.
Maybe
I don't know how the church topic came about, but I remember Kelly doing some move, or whether it's some dance move or some moves, just imitating this particular church as to how they were singing.
And you can't remember the church.
Awukhumbula isonto lelo?
ngiyalikhumbula.
I do.
Okay.
Yes, you may proceed.
Makube. But the court just asking, must I mention it, or was the court just asking?
Come again.
Was the court just asking, or should I mention the church?
No.
Oh, I see.
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, and then emva kwesikhathi nje sincane singenile endlini.
After a short while, after having entered the house,
That was when ngabona umuntu
that's when I saw a,
eqhamulela emva kwa eqhamuka but shothi wayengene ngekhishi ngoba waqhamukela nje la uthina ku-passage.
that's where I saw someone, which means that this person came into the kitchen because it just appeared just next to us, close to us.
Yes.
If I can show you photo 64 once again of Exhibit B. Are you able to indicate where the person was when you saw him?
Nakukhomba yini ukuthi lo muntu wayekuphi?
Akuveli kahle kodwa
It doesn't appear properly here, but here.
Yes, you've earlier testified that there is a corridor there Was the person in the corridor or in the sitting room?
Waye kushilo ukuthi kune passage encane laphana. Ngabe lo muntu wayeke la passage encane noma wayese sitting room.
Wavela kwi-passage le
Appeared,
kitchen.
appeared, he was coming from the kitchen and then he appeared in that small corridor.
Yes.
And then at first mina ngangitshela ukuthi umuntu abamaziyo.
At first, I told myself that it's someone they know,
But ngabona ukuthi indlela okwenzeka ngayo ngoba ukungena kwakhe wayephethe nesibhamu.
but I saw in the manner in which it happened, or it was happening, because the person was even carrying a firearm.
Can you just explain, if you say you thought is a person that they know, what gave you that impression?
Inyike eyakwenza ucabanga ukuthi umuntu abamazi.
Angazi nami kodwa nje indlela lekhangena ngayo kubanga khona mhlawumbe ngendlela athi ushuka ngayo.
I don't know, just the manner in which the person came in, the manner in which the person appeared.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bafuna amafoni.
I remember that the person wanted phones.
Yes.
Umuntu oqala wasukuma
Was it only phones?
Okwamafoni kuphela.
phone nemali.
And money?
Can you,
No, uthi umuntu oqala wasukuma. Okay.
can you remember in which language he was speaking?
Oh, usakhumbula ukuthi ayikhuluma luphi ulimi?
More than that is
IsiZulu.
because I was showing this course as Sutu whatever.
Because it was not isiXhosa or isiSotho, it was isiZulu.
Yes. Are you able to describe that person?
Nakhona yini ukumchaza noma kwazi yini ukumchaza leyo muntu lo?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Wayenama-dreads ekhanda,
He had person had dreadlocks in his head,
wayefaka isigqoko,
had a hat.
wayengekho dark, wayengekho
Be a bit slow.
Okay.
What kind of a hat?
Kwakuyisigqoko esinjani?
isigqoko nje ayikho isigqoko angazi cha isigqoko.
Just the hat, I don't know how to describe it.
Ayikepisi.
Remember the
It
color?
was not a cap.
Remember the color?
Usakhumbula ukuthi umbala onjani? No, I don't remember
Darkish.
that. But darkish.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then
What else can you tell the court about this person?
wayemfishane,
He was short. Something that the witness also earlier on thought, which I cannot interpret, that he was not dark, and that he was not light.
Yes. You may proceed.
yeah, and then umuntu oqala wasukuma kuyo yonke lonto ukungena kwakhe lo muntu kakulongo.
The first person to stand up or to get up in all of that was Longwe.
Yes.
Towards yona lo the guy and bale waphuma ngomnyango.
Towards the guy, and he ran out through the door.
Yes.
And then kwase kusukuma bo usenzo ke kwasukuma noTumelo.
So Senzo got up and Tumelo as well.
Yes.
And just before you proceed, was this person that you've just described, was he alone?
Lo muntu oqeda umchaza manje wayeyedwa.
Ngesikhathi engena ngangibone yedwa kodwa ngathi sekusukuma osenzo Ntumelo sesukuma sonke e-dining or sitting room angisho njalo. Nganotice ukuthi kunoyisibili.
Okay, Bambe Laphoke. When he came in, he was alone. But now at the time when Senzo got up, Tumelo got up, and we all got up, I then noticed that there was a second one.
And where did you see the second person?
Lo wesibili yena wambona kuphi?
Wayesemuva kwakhe.
Behind him.
Behind who?
Emuva kwabani?
Behind lo oqala ungenile.
Because-
Umphethe isibhamu.
Behind the first one that got in, that I saw carrying a firearm.
You mentioned that the first person had a firearm. The second person, did you see anything in his possession?
Ushilo ke lo oqala ukuthi wayephethe isibhamu, lo wesibili yena khona wakubona kuyena.
Uphethe like a sharp object. Like a knife kodwa wayengaphethe isibhamu.
Like a sharp object, maybe a knife, but he was not carrying a firearm.
Yes.
Are you able to describe the second person?
Lo wesibili ke yena uyafuna ukuthi umchaze. The witness shaking his head.
Yes, you may proceed.
Then from
You mentioned that you all stood up. What happened further?
Ushilo ukuthi naso kuma nonke kwasebenzekani.
kwase kuba khona isikafula esenzakalayo between ngoba usenzo yena owaya like towards yena umfana kuqala lo wayephethe isibhamu base kushwanela ngasekitchen.
Okay, Bambe Laphoke. Then there was a scuffle because Senzo is the one that then went or proceeded towards this guy that had a firearm, and then they were pushing each other towards the kitchen.
Yes.
Ngikhumbula ukuthi mina into engayithatha ngathatha ifone.
I remember that what I took was the phone,
And then ngathi mase ngiya ngasekitchen ngikhumbula ukuthi umuntu engambamba futhi engamsusa was uChristian ngoba uChristian wayese lana ngasekitchen shothi efuna ebuka ukuthi kuyini kwenzakalani ngase
Okay.
yamsusa ngala.
and I also remember that the person that I removed was Christian because Christian was now in the kitchen area, looking as to what was happening. So I removed Christian.
Yes.
How old was Christian?
Angiyazi iminyaka yakhe.
I don't-
That's why angazi.
I don't know his age.
Yes.
So we proceed.
And then ngikhumbula ukuthi ngamsusa ngambeka ngaka-left ngimsusa ngoba ngangibona ukuthi obviously kuyaliwa lapho la sikhona nenelo ngambeka la ngaka-left
Okay.
shield.
I remember that I removed him and placed him on the left side because I could see that there was a fight here, so in order to shield him.
Or should I say scuffle?
A scuffle or a fight.
Not a fight, scuffle.
Witness is saying not a fight, but a scuffle.
Yes. You placed him on the left-hand side of what?
Left, kuphi,
Ngase-sitting room.
on the side of the sitting room.
Uma ngimile ngibheke ikhishi umnyango ngaka-left ngase-sitting room.
In other words, when I'm standing, looking towards the kitchen, so it would be on the left side, on the side of the sitting room.
Yes.
And this is This is the place where who was seated? Or let us put it this way, who was seated there before the incident, where you placed Christian?
Uthi lolu hlangothi lelo wabeka kubona uChristian ngaphambilini kwayo yonke lento kwakuhlezi bani laphayana?
Into eseduze futhi ngaleyo shuthi ngisho ukuthi uKelly.
The person that was close, I would say that was Kelly. It was Kelly.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
And then from lapho ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ubaba Kelly noZani babephethe ama-crashes kaTumelo. Ama-crashes kaTumelo ayekade encike edongweni.
Okay. At that time, Kelly's mother as well as Zandi were in possession of Tumelo's crutches because the crutches were sort of leaning against the wall.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Just want to show you again photo. On that photo, are you able to show where the crutches were?
Ungatsho ukuthi ama-crush ayekuphi kulesi sithombe? Here.
You point into a place next to the heater that we see there.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then from lapho babeshaya bona laba babili lento yenze ekitchen as much as ikitchen lakhona lincane kodwa umuntu wayelapha akaku uKelly okaku uSenzo uTumelo ulo engimshoyo wayephethe isibhamu ulo munye wesibili mase uba uZandi uMakazandi abantu engibakhumbulayo uKelly ngisamkhumbula kahle but angisho ukuthi wayengekho.
And then they were assaulting these guys. As much as their kitchen is small, but the people that were there were Senzo, Tumelo, the one that had the firearm, the other guy, as well as Kelly's mother and Zandi. I'm not saying Kelly was not there, but I cannot remember.
Yes.
On which side of the kitchen were they?
Babekuphi uhlangothi lwekitchen?
Shuthi mawusemnyango wasekitchen ingaka left mawume la ngime khona mina ingaka right.
Okay. If you are at the kitchen door, it will be on the left hand side. But if you were where I was standing, then it would be on your right.
And where were you standing at that stage?
Ngaleso sikhathi
Kade
wawumkhulu.
ngimi phakathi ngasekitchen egcineni umuya ngase passage.
It was at the end of the kitchen as you go towards the passage.
Just want to show you photo 15. Can you just explain your evidence in relation to that photo?
Ubufakazi bakho kawuchaze ngokumayelana nalesi sithombe lesi.
Ngabe ngala
They were on the side.
Yes. Can you just explain what appears there where you are pointing?
sink sink
The same.
sink.
And can you just show point where you were at that stage?
Ungasikhombisa nawo.
La kubonakala umbhekele kwebheka la ngaphakathi bengizobona manje bakubhekele akubonakali so kodwa mina ngiSamuel la
Because it's facing that side, it doesn't appear, you can't see it. But if it was facing the other side, then you would have been able to see it.
My Lord, if we may just interrupt the evidence and mention the problem of the traffic situation and the need for the accused to live in time to avoid the rush hour traffic. If we can kindly request that may we stop at the stage.
Advocates Ramusipidi Mnisi Ngumalo Mshololo, you agree?
Agree, Your Worship.
Mr. Tola, we have a rule to the effect that if a witness is testifying in court and is not done testifying and proceedings stop and he has to go somewhere and come back either the following day or later, the rule says you don't talk to anyone about this case. No one at all. You understand?
I hear you clearly.
May the accused rise. This case is postponed with the accused in custody. It's postponed overnight to the 3rd of May 2023. It's postponed for further hearing.
At
10 o'clock, my Lord.
Oh,
At 10 o'clock.
are you saying at 10 o'clock or are you asking where?
I'm reminding the court to say we are adjourning until
yes.
10 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, we will resume at 10 o'clock.